Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Moonlight filtered through the crumbling arches of ancient Avalon, casting silver shadows across weathered stones that had once gleamed with the splendor of 1,000 enchanted lanterns. Cedric traced his fingers across the dust-covered spines of books in the ruined library, his apprentice robes catching on broken furniture. Despite Master Thaddeus's warnings about exploring the cursed city, he couldn't resist the call of lost knowledge that seemed to whisper from every corner. A glint of gold caught his eye. Half buried beneath a fallen shelf lay a tome unlike any he'd seen before, its cover wrought with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when he wasn't looking directly at them. The title, written in both Elvish and Dwarven script, read, "The True Chronicle of the Harmony Kingdom. I wouldn't touch that if I were you," came a voice from the shadows. Cedric spun around to find himself face to face with a dwarven woman, her dark leather armor marking her as a treasure hunter. She stood with the easy confidence of someone used to dangerous places, a lockpick twirling between her fingers. "You must be Kara," Cedric said, recognizing her from the warnings posted in the Mages Guild. "The infamous thief who's been raiding ancient sites, archaeologist," she corrected with a wry smile. "And you're a long way from your master's tower, little mage." Before Cedric could respond, the grimoire on the floor began to glow. Golden light poured from its pages, forming images in the air, visions of a magnificent city where elves and dwarves walked side by side, where magic and technology blended seamlessly, where peace and prosperity reigned under the light of crystal spires that touched the clouds. Avalon, Kara breathed, her eyes wide. Not as ruins, but as it once was. The images shifted, showing a catastrophic event, a ritual gone wrong, a darkness spreading, a desperate choice made by the city's rulers. The truth hit Cedric like a physical blow. Avalon hadn't fallen to war or decay as the histories claimed. It had been deliberately hidden away, sealed beyond the veil of reality itself. "We need to find it," Cedric said, his voice firm. "The real Avalon." Kara laughed, but there was an edge of excitement in it. "Just like that? Walk into a lost kingdom that clearly went to great lengths to stay lost. Better us than the others who are looking." That caught her attention. "What others?" Cedric explained what he'd learned in his studies about the Shadow Conclave, a secret society that had spent centuries searching for Avalor's legendary technologies. If they found the hidden kingdom first, its power would be used not for harmony, but for dominion. And so an unlikely partnership was formed. Cedric's magical knowledge combined with Kara's expertise in ancient mechanisms and hidden paths led them across the realms. The grimoire served as both guide and key, its pages revealing new secrets as they proved themselves worthy of them. Their journey took them through the crystal caves of the deep dwarven kingdoms, where ancient machines still hummed with mysterious purpose. They crossed the starlight fields of the high elven realms, where reality itself seemed to bend and flex. Each step brought them closer to understanding how two such different peoples had once built a civilization together, and why that civilization had chosen to vanish. But the Shadow Conclave was never far behind. Led by Lord Umbra, whose magic seemed to corrupt everything it touched, they dogged the adventurers' steps. More than once, only Kara's quick thinking or Cedric's hastily cast spells saved them from capture. The true purpose of their quest became clear when they reached the Veiled Valley. Hidden behind waterfalls of liquid starlight, They found an ancient temple that mirrored the architecture of both elven spires and dwarven halls. Inside, wall carvings told the complete story. Avalon had been more than just a kingdom. It had been a seal, holding back an ancient darkness that had existed since before elves or dwarves walked the world. The kingdom's disappearance had been its final sacrifice. Unable to defeat the darkness, its rulers had transformed their entire realm into a mystical barrier, using the combined power of both people's magic to keep the ancient evil contained. But now, after 1,000 years, the seal was weakening. Lord Umbra hadn't been trying to find Avalon, he had been trying to break it, to release the power trapped behind it. And they had just led him right to it. The final confrontation came as 3 moons aligned in the sky, a convergence that happened once in 1,000 years. Lord Umbra and his followers reached the temple just as Cedric and Kara discovered the central chamber, where a massive crystal pulsed with the combined light of stars and forge fire. What followed was a battle of both magic and wits. While Umbra's followers clashed with magical constructs left to guard the temple, Cedric and Kara raced to understand the mechanisms of Avalor's transformation. The Grimoire's final pages revealed the truth. The kingdom could be restored, but only if both races worked together again, combining their powers as they had in the ancient days. As Lord Umbra breached the inner chamber, Cedric began the incantation while Kara's hands flew over the crystal's control mechanisms. Their timing had to be perfect. One mistake would shatter the seal completely. Around them, the air itself seemed to crack, showing glimpses of the true Avalon trapped between moments of time. In the end, it came down to trust. Kara had to rely on Cedric's magic. Cedric had to trust Kara's understanding of the ancient mechanisms, and both had to believe in the wisdom of those who had come before them. As Lord Umbra reached for the crystal, their powers combined and Avalon returned. Not just the city, but its people, preserved in a moment of time for 1,000 years, awakened to find their kingdom restored. The darkness was sealed anew, Lord Umbra and his followers trapped within the very prison they had sought to break open. Standing in the restored glory of Avalor's central square, where elegant elven spires rose seamlessly from solid dwarven foundations, Cedric and Kara looked at each other with new understanding. The Grimoire had brought them together for a reason, to show that the greatest magic comes not from power or knowledge alone, but from the trust and cooperation that had once made Avalon great. And so, the hidden kingdom was hidden no longer. Once again, it stood as a beacon of hope and unity, a reminder that the greatest achievements come when different peoples work together. The Grimoire took its place in the restored library, its purpose fulfilled, but the friendship forged between a young mage and a dwarven archaeologist would lead to many more adventures in the days to come. Story 2. The marble floors of the great council chamber ran red with blood. Eldred, last of the elven archmagos, raised his staff of starlight against the writhing shadows that poured through the shattered windows. Beside him, Morgana, the half-elven diplomat, wove protective spells with desperate precision, while Durin, the dwarven master armorer, swung his runic warhammer in wide arcs that scattered the shadow creatures like smoke. They were all that remained of the United Council. Around them lay the bodies of the most powerful leaders of the 3 kingdoms, their final expressions frozen in horror as the shadow creatures had torn through their centuries-old magical defenses as if they were cobwebs. The Eastern Passage. Morgana shouted over the chaos, her mixed heritage allowing her to spot escape routes that others might miss. The 3 survivors fought their way through the darkness, Eldred's staff illuminating their path, while Durin's hammer kept the shadows at bay. They emerged into the torchlit corridors of the ancient citadel, the sounds of battle fading behind them. What manner of magic was that? Durin demanded once they had found temporary sanctuary in the citadel's archives. No shadow spawn I've ever seen could penetrate the council's wards. Eldred's ancient face was grave as he studied the patterns of energy still lingering in the air. because these were no ordinary shadows. They were born of discord itself, fed by the very divisions we thought we had overcome. Morgana's diplomatic training helped her piece it together first. The Ancient One, she whispered. The being that feeds on conflict between the races. The one our ancestors united to imprison. The legends spoke of a time before the kingdoms were united, when an entity of pure chaos had nearly destroyed all three races by turning them against each other. Only by setting aside their differences and working together had they managed to imprison it in the Temple of Lost Ages, where time itself stood still. But now it was free, or at least its influence was. And its first target had been the very council that symbolized the unity that had defeated it. Their path became clear. They had to reach the Temple of Lost Ages and discover how the Ancient One's power had escaped its prison. But the temple's location had been lost to time, its existence preserved only in the oldest of scrolls and the haziest of memories. The journey that followed tested not just their strength and courage, but their ability to trust one another. They traveled through the whispering woods, where the trees themselves spoke in riddles about the temple's location. They crossed the chasm of echoes, where ghostly voices tried to turn them against each other, by playing on their deepest fears and prejudices. Each challenge revealed more about their unlikely trio. Eldred, despite his centuries of wisdom, learned to value Durin's practical knowledge of the ancient dwarven tunnels they traversed. Morgana's diplomatic skills proved invaluable in mediating between her companions' clashing perspectives, while her mixed heritage gave her unique insights into both elven magic and dwarven craft. And Durin, who had initially scoffed at elf magic, came to appreciate the subtle power of Eldred's ancient spells. But the Ancient One was not idle. Shadow creatures dogged their steps, growing stronger as they fed on the lingering distrust between the three companions. Each attack forced them to work more closely together, to combine their skills in new ways. Eldred's magic empowered Durin's hammer, while Morgana learned to blend both elven and dwarven magical traditions into something entirely new. Finally, they reached the Temple of Lost Ages, a massive structure that seemed to exist half in their world and half in some other realm. Its architecture was impossible, combining elements of all three races in ways that defied the laws of nature. The very air around it shimmered with temporal energy. Inside, they found their answers and their greatest challenge. The Ancient One had never truly been imprisoned. Instead, it had been transformed into the very magic that bound the three races together. The temple was both prison and conduit, using the entity's own power to maintain the peace it had once tried to destroy. But now that peace was failing, new prejudices and old grievances had weakened the bonds between the races, allowing the Ancient One to begin reverting to its original form. The shadow attacks were only the beginning. In the temple's heart, they found an artifact of impossible beauty, the chronolith, a crystal that existed in all moments of time simultaneously. It was through this that the Ancient One had been transformed, and it was here that they would make their stand. The final battle was fought not with weapons or spells, but with understanding and sacrifice. Each of them had to face the prejudices they still carried and let them go. Eldred relinquished the elven belief in their inherent superiority. Durin acknowledged the value of magic alongside craft, and Morgana, who had always felt caught between worlds, embraced her dual nature as a strength rather than a weakness. As shadow creatures poured into the temple for one final assault, the three companions stood before the chronolith. They joined their powers not to fight the Ancient One, but to complete its transformation. Eldred's magical knowledge, Durin's crafting skills, and Morgana's unique ability to bridge both worlds combined in a ritual that had never been attempted before. The Temple of Lost Ages lived up to its name that day. Time itself seemed to fold and unfold around them as the Ancient One was fully integrated into the magic that bound the kingdoms together. The shadow creatures dissolved, transformed into pure magical energy that reinforced the bonds between the races. When it was done, The temple had changed. No longer hidden, it now stood as a visible reminder of what could be achieved through unity. The chronolith continued its eternal dance through time, but now it was a source of power for all three races to share and protect together. Eldred, Morgana, and Durin emerged from the temple as more than survivors. They were living proof that the strongest bonds are forged in the darkest times. Their stories spread through all the kingdoms, a reminder that true unity requires not just tolerance, but understanding and trust. And in the rebuilt council chamber, 3 empty seats were filled again. But now they were filled by those who had learned firsthand that the greatest power comes not from ancient magic or crafted weapons, but from the simple truth that together they were stronger than any shadow that might rise to divide them. Story 3. In the eternal twilight of the Night Elves' realm, where stars danced like diamonds in an endless dusk, Princess Ariadne stood beneath the ancient grove's canopy. Above, 3 moons hung in perfect alignment for the first time in 1,000 years, the silver disk of Lumina, the blood-red sphere of crimson, and the shadow-wrapped orb of Umbra. The convergence of moons had begun, a time when ancient magics reached their peak and the barriers between worlds grew thin. As first warrior of the Night Court and heir to the Twilight Throne, Ariadne had trained her entire life for this moment. The ritual of the Convergence would renew the magical bonds that kept their realm safe and their sacred trees alive with power. But something was wrong. The ancient trees, their bark embedded with stardust and their leaves shimmering with celestial light, were dimming. A whisper of movement caught her attention. Grimlock, the infamous dwarven witch hunter, emerged from the shadows. His presence in the sacred grove should have been an affront, but the gravity in his eyes stopped her hand from reaching her moonsilver blade. "Your trees are dying, princess," he said, his voice rough as stone against silk. And not by any natural cause. Before Ariadne could respond, a cry echoed through the grove. One of the youngest trees, barely 1,000 years old, crumbled into stardust. The magic that had sustained it for centuries had vanished like morning mist. Around them, other trees began to fade, their ethereal glow dulling to mundane wood. "How did you know this would happen?" Ariadne demanded, advancing on the dwarf. But Grimlock stood his ground, pulling an ancient tome from his travel-worn pack. "Because I've seen it before," he replied, opening the book to reveal illustrations of similar trees not in the Night Elves' realm, but in the ancient dwarven holds. "Your people weren't the first to harness the moon's magic, princess. We were." The revelation shook Ariadne's world like an earthquake. According to Grimlock's records, the dwarves had once maintained their own groves of enchanted trees, deep in their mountain halls. But something had gone wrong during a long-ago convergence, and their trees had died, taking much of the dwarves' magic with them. As they spoke, more trees dimmed. Time was running out. Against every instinct and generations of prejudice, Ariadne made a decision. She would trust this dwarven witch hunter, at least long enough to save her people's heritage. Their investigation led them through shadowed paths and forbidden archives. They discovered that the first Night Elf Queen had learned the secret of the sacred trees from a dwarven exile, but the knowledge had been altered, crucial details lost or deliberately hidden. The trees weren't meant to store magic, they were meant to channel it, to keep it flowing between the realms of elves and dwarves in an eternal cycle. But someone was now disrupting that cycle, draining the magic for their own purposes. The trail led them to the Obsidian Tower, where the Twilight Council gathered to perform the Convergence ritual. There they found the truth. Lord Noctis, Ariadne's own uncle and head of the council, had discovered the tree's true nature decades ago. Believing that sharing power with the dwarves would weaken the Night Elves, he had blocked the magical flow, hoarding it all for their realm. But magic, like water, grew stagnant when it couldn't flow. Now, the buildup was killing the very trees he'd sought to empower. The confrontation in the Obsidian Tower would be spoken of for generations. Ariadne and Grimlock fought side by side against Lord Noctis and his loyal counselors. Steel clashed with shadow magic, dwarven runes flared against elven spells, and above it all, the three moons cast their combined light through the tower's crystal windows. In the battle's decisive moment, Ariadne realized what had to be done. Using Grimlock's knowledge of the original magical pathways and her own connection to the sacred trees, she began a new ritual. It wasn't about storing or hoarding power, it was about letting it flow freely between all realms, as it was meant to. The magic responded, breaking free from its artificial constraints. Light surged through the ancient stone, through root and branch, through the very foundations of both elven and dwarven lands. The trees blazed with renewed vigor, their light now carrying hints of dwarven crystal's gleam. And deep in the mountain halls, long-dead dwarven groves stirred with new life, their branches now shimmering with elven starlight. Lord Noctis, seeing his plans crumble, made one last desperate attempt to seize control of the magic. But the power he had tried to contain for so long proved too much for anyone being to handle. In the end, he became one with the magic he had sought to master, his form dissolving into motes of light that spread through both realms, strengthening the very connections he had tried to sever. In the aftermath, as the three moons began their slow dance apart, Ariadne stood in the renewed grove beside her unlikely ally. The trees glowed brighter than ever, their light now a perfect blend of elven starfire and dwarven crystal shine. Their roots, they discovered, reached deeper than anyone had imagined, connecting the surface realm with the dwarven depths in an intricate network of magical pathways. The convergence had ended, but something new had begun. Ariadne, now understanding the true nature of her people's heritage, worked to rebuild the ancient partnerships. Grimlock remained as an advisor and friend, helping to forge new connections between the once separated peoples. And in both the twilight realms above and the crystal halls below, the sacred trees grew strong again, their magic flowing free and pure as it had in the earliest days. Their light now told a story, not of separation and secrets, but of unity and shared strength. For in the end, it wasn't the power of any one race that sustained them, but the magic that flowed between all peoples, as changeless and eternal as the dance of the three moons overhead. Story 4, the great forges of Irondeep Mountain, had never fallen silent in 10,000 years, but on this day, every hammer stilled. Thordan Fergihart stood before the shattered remains of the crown of three realms, its once magnificent crystals now dull and lifeless. The ancient artifact that had maintained peace between elves, dwarves, and humans for centuries lay broken on his anvil, its power fading like embers in a dying fire. As the kingdom's master craftsman and the last bearer of the title Forge Master, Thordan felt the weight of every eye in the vast chamber. The crown had been brought to him as a last resort, after the finest artisans of all three races had failed to restore it. King Durner's voice echoed through the chamber, heavy with concern. Can it be reforged? Forge Master. Thordan's weathered hands traced the intricate patterns woven into the crown's metalwork. Aye, my king, but not with ordinary flame. He lifted his eyes to meet the monarch's gaze. This crown was forged in the breath of Pyraxis, the last of the great red dragons. Only such fire could bind together the magics of all three races again. A murmur rippled through the assembled crowd. Pyraxis hadn't been seen in over a century, and the dragon's lair in the mountains of perdition was said to be guarded by the Crimson Order renegade mages who had turned their backs on the three kingdoms long ago. But there was no choice. Without the crown's binding magic, the ancient treaties would fail, and the darkness that lurked at the edges of their lands would find its way in. Already, reports spoke of shadow creatures testing the borders, sensing the weakening of the crown's protection. And so, Thordan found himself trudging through the snow-covered passes of the mountains of perdition, his forge hammer strapped to his back, and the broken crown secured in his enchanted tool belt. He wasn't alone, though he'd planned to make the journey solo. Fate had other plans. Selena Moonshadow had appeared on his third night of travel, stepping out of the shadows as if born from them. The exiled mage's reputation preceded her. She had once been among the most promising students of the High Tower, before her exile under circumstances none dared discuss openly. "You'll need my help to reach Pyraxis," she had said simply, her violet eyes holding secrets as deep as the mountain caves. Thordan had wanted to refuse mages were trouble, exiled ones doubly so, but she spoke truth. The Crimson Order's wards would be impenetrable without magical aid. As they climbed higher into the mountains, Thordan found himself warming to his mysterious companion. Selena knew things about the crown that weren't in any dwarven records, speaking of its creation as if she'd witnessed it herself. When he questioned her knowledge, she merely smiled and said, "The Crimson Order keeps many secrets, Forgmaster. Some of them are worth dying for." They reached the dragon's lair on the 7th day, as storm clouds gathered ominously overhead. The entrance was marked by ancient columns carved with warnings in languages long forgotten. But it wasn't the warnings that stopped them, it was the bodies. Dozens of Crimson Order mages lay scattered across the snow, their red robes stained darker still. "Something's wrong," Selena whispered, her hands weaving protective spells around them. "The wards are broken." They found Pyraxis in the heart of the mountain, and Thordan's heart nearly stopped at the sight. The mighty red dragon lay chained with bonds of shadow steel, its flame-bright scales dulled by dark magic. Members of the Crimson Order surrounded it, but these were robes of midnight black beneath their crimson ones. "Ah," said a silken voice, as a tall figure stepped forward. "The Forgmaster arrives at last." "And Selena, how fitting that you should return home to witness this." The speaker was Lord Vermilion, leader of the Crimson Order, and Selena's former master. His smile held no warmth as he explained their true plan. They had orchestrated the crown's breaking, knowing it would bring someone seeking dragon's fire. But they didn't want to repair the crown, they wanted to destroy it completely, to shatter the alliances it represented and plunge the kingdoms into chaos. What followed was a battle that would be sung of in both dwarven halls and elven forests for generations to come. Selena revealed her true power, turning the traitors' dark magic back upon them. Thordan proved that a forge hammer could be as mighty as any spell when wielded with skill and courage. And Pyraxis, even bound, fought with all the fury of its ancient race. In the battle's crucial moment, as Lord Vermilion prepared to strike a killing blow against Selena, Thordan made a choice. Instead of defending himself, he smashed his hammer against Pyraxis's chains. The dragon's bonds shattered like glass, and its roar of freedom shook the very mountains. In the chaos that followed, Thordan did what no sane dwarf had ever done. He ran toward a freed dragon, holding up the broken crown. Pyraxis, seeing the artifact and understanding its significance, bent its great head and breathed. The dragon's flame was like liquid sunlight, and in its heat, Thordan worked as he had never worked before, his hammer ringing against the crown as Selena's magic helped guide its reformation. When it was done, the crown blazed with new life, its power greater than ever before. But Thordan realized something as he held it. The crown wasn't just a symbol of alliance between the three races of the surface. It was a key, meant to unlock an even greater power when the time of greatest need came. In the aftermath, Pyraxis chose to remain free, but swore friendship to both dwarf and mage. Selena's exile was lifted when the truth of her actions was revealed. She had infiltrated the Crimson Order to prevent exactly the catastrophe they had attempted. And Thordan returned to his forge with new understanding of the bonds between all races and powers. The crown was restored to its place of honor, but it was changed just as its forger was changed. Now, when it sits upon the High King's brow during the Grand Councils, Those with the wisdom to look closely can see a subtle flame dancing in its crystals, a reminder that the greatest works are forged not in solitude, but in the fires of cooperation and trust. And in the depths of Irondeep Mountain, the Forgmaster's hammer rings out again, but its song is different now. Some say they can hear in it an echo of dragon's flame and the whisper of ancient magics. But all who hear it know it speaks of hope, of unity, and of the power of unlikely friendships forged in the fires of adversity. Story 5. The ancient crystals sang their ethereal melody as Lyrian traced the glowing runes with trembling fingers. Their blue-white light pulsed beneath her touch, casting dancing shadows through the crystal forest's cathedral-like canopy. Around her, towering trees stretched skyward, their trunks and branches encrusted with luminous crystals that had grown there since the First Age. The forest had always been beautiful, but tonight, something was different. The crystal's song carried an undertone of warning, a discordant note that made her heart race. As the last surviving guardian of the crystal forest, Lyrian had learned to read the ancient runes before she could walk. But these were different, older, more urgent. As she deciphered them, her silver eyes widened with horror. The prophecy spoke of Morthal, the black dragon, whose 1,000-year slumber was about to end. According to the ancient texts, Morthal had once ruled these lands with unimaginable power before being cast into an enchanted sleep by the combined might of the elven and dwarven kingdoms. The sound of footsteps on crystal-strewn earth made her spin around, hand instinctively reaching for the moonsilver bough at her back. Through the ethereal glow stepped her mentor, Eldrin Brightweave, his ancient face creased with concern. "You've found something, young one?" Lyrian nodded, her long silver hair catching the crystal's light. "The prophecy, Master Eldrin." Morthal stirs, the old elf's face paled. "Then we have precious little time. The black dragon must not be allowed to reclaim these lands." He placed a gnarled hand on her shoulder. "You must journey to the Crowned Mountains and warn the dwarven king. Our ancestors forged their alliance in Morthal's defeat. We'll need their strength again." But before Lyrian could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. The crystal's song rose to a piercing crescendo, and far to the north, a mountain peak exploded in a shower of rock and ancient ice. A dark shape rose against the star-filled sky, its wingspan blotting out the moons. Morthal had awakened. The next fortnight found Lyrian racing through lands she'd only read about in the ancient texts. The Crowned Mountains loomed before her, their peaks wreathed in eternal storm clouds. But as she approached the great dwarven gates, carved with runes of power and protection, she found them already broken. The entrance hall beyond lay in ruins, its walls scorched by dragon fire. Following a trail of destruction, she discovered the dwarven king and his council in the great forge, preparing for war. King Thorin Stoneheart's eyes narrowed as she entered. So, the elves finally deigned to grace us with their presence. A bit late, wouldn't you say? Lyrian drew herself up. "I came as soon as we discovered the prophecy. We must unite. The king scoffed. "Like your ancestors united with us? Tell me, young guardian, did they teach you the true history of Morthal's defeat?" Before she could answer, a bone-shaking roar echoed through the mountain halls. The black dragon had found them. In the chaos that followed, Lyrian found herself separated from the others, running through ancient corridors she didn't recognize. The tunnels led deeper and deeper, until she emerged in a vast chamber unlike anything she'd ever seen. The walls were covered not in dwarven runes, but in the same ancient script she'd found in the crystal forest. And there, coiled around a central pillar of pure crystal, waited Morthal. The black dragon's scales gleamed like polished obsidian, and his eyes held not malice, but recognition. At last, the dragon's voice resonated in her mind, a guardian who might understand, What followed shook the very foundation of everything Lyrian had been taught. Through visions shared by Morthal's touch, she saw the truth. The black dragon had not been a tyrant, but a protector. The crystals that grew throughout the forest and deep in the mountains were not merely beautiful. They were vital conduits of power that kept ancient horrors at bay. Morthal had united elves and dwarves not through conquest, but through necessity. But power corrupts, and the leaders of both races had grown afraid of the dragon's influence. They had conspired to trap him in enchanted slumber, then rewritten history to paint him as a monster. Now, the ancient horrors stirred again, drawn to the weakening crystal network that had contained them for millennia. Lyrian's world spun. Everything she'd believed about her role as guardian, about the history of her people, had been built on lies. But there was no time to dwell on betrayals of the past. The ground shook with more than just Morthal's presence now. Something was clawing its way up from the deep places of the world. She had a choice to make. The combined armies of elves and dwarves were even now gathering to destroy Morthal, believing him to be the threat. But if she stood with them, she would be condemning both kingdoms to a fate worse than any dragon's wrath. Standing before Morthal in that ancient chamber, Lyrian made her decision. She was a guardian, sworn to protect not just the crystal forest, but all the lands and peoples within it. The truth had been hidden for 1,000 years, but she would hide it no longer. Racing back through the corridors, she burst into the great forge, just as the elven armies arrived. Before arrows could fly or swords could swing, she raised her voice and spoke the truth. She showed them the ancient runes, called upon the crystal songs that both races had forgotten how to hear, and revealed the real threat that lurked beneath their feet. It took time, and trust was not easily rebuilt. But as the first of the ancient horrors broke through to the surface twisted things of shadow and malice that devoured light itself, the elves and dwarves found themselves fighting side by side once more. This time, however, they did so with Morthal soaring above them, his black flames cutting through the darkness like a blade of justice. Lyrian took her place among them, no longer just the guardian of the crystal forest, but a bridge between three ancient powers. The crystals sang again, their melody stronger than ever, as elf, dwarf, and dragon united to face the long night ahead. In the years that followed, new histories would be written, old wounds would begin to heal, and the crystals would grow ever brighter. For in the end, it was not might or magic that saved the kingdoms, but the courage to face the truth and the wisdom to learn from it. And high in the crystal forest, where it all began, new runes now gleamed alongside the old, telling not of prophecies of doom, but of how unity and understanding had brought light to the darkness. Lyrian made sure the true story would never be forgotten again, for she had learned that the most dangerous dragon was not one that breathed fire, but the dragon of deception that lurked in the hearts of those who would destroy truth for the sake of power. Story 6. In the eternal twilight of the Silvermus Kingdom, where magic flowed like water and time moved in mysterious ways, Prince Arundel stood before the great mirror of ages. The massive artifact dominated the highest chamber of the crystal spire, its surface rippling like liquid starlight. For 1,000 years, the immortal king had ruled from his crystal throne, seemingly ageless and all-wise. But Arundel had discovered the truth, or at least, what he thought was the truth. The ancient texts he'd uncovered in the forbidden section of the royal library spoke of a powerful shapeshifter who had imprisoned the true king in a mirror realm. Yet as Arundel traced the intricate runes carved into the mirror's frame, doubt gnawed at his heart. The texts had been too easy to find, the guards too conveniently absent from their posts. I wondered when you would find your way here, my son. The voice behind him belonged to the being he had called father for all his life, the immortal king, resplendent in his starlight robes and crown of crystalline flames. But was he truly his father, or the shapeshifter of legend? Who are you? Arundel's hand rested on the hilt of his moon-silver sword. Where is the true king? The immortal king's smile held both sadness and pride. The truth, as always, is more complex than ancient texts would have us believe. He raised his hand, and the mirror's surface began to clear, revealing another throne room, a dark reflection of their own. There, on a throne of shadowed crystal, sat another king who wore his father's face. 1,000 years ago, the immortal king began. When the great catastrophe threatened to destroy both realms, your grandfather, the true king of that time, made a choice. The only way to prevent the disaster was to split our kingdom in two, dividing the burden of reality between the material and mirror realms. The mirror's surface rippled, showing scenes from the past. A younger version of the king, or was it the shapeshifter, stood with his exact double, both wielding staffs of pure light as they performed an ancient ritual. The kingdom itself seemed to split in two, one half becoming a realm of eternal twilight, the other of endless dawn. But the split was imperfect. The immortal king continued. One realm had to bear more of the burden than the other. Your grandfather chose to take that burden upon himself, entering the mirror realm willingly while leaving his shapeshifter ally myself to rule here and maintain the balance. Arundel's mind reeled. Then you are the shapeshifter. But you didn't imprison the true king. You've been protecting him and us all along. Yes. But now, the ancient prophecies speak of a convergence, a time when the realms must either be reunited or fall into chaos. The burden has grown too great for the mirror realm to bear alone. As if in response to his words, cracks appeared in the mirror's surface, spreading like spider webs across its magical face. Through them, Arundel caught glimpses of chaos, portions of both realms beginning to collapse and merge in dangerous ways. Why tell me this now? Arundel asked, though in his heart he already knew the answer. Because you, my son, are unique, born of both realms, carrying the blood of both reality and reflection. Only you can forge a new path, one that doesn't require the sacrifice of either realm. The mirror shattered completely, but instead of falling, its fragments hung in the air like suspended stars. Through each piece, Arundel could see different aspects of both kingdoms, the light and dark, the material and spiritual, the real and reflected. He understood then that his father, both fathers, had been preparing him for this moment all along. Drawing his moon-silver sword, Arundel stepped into the space between the fragments. Magic surged around him, responding to his unique nature. He could feel the weight of both realms, understanding for the first time the terrible burden his grandfather had chosen to bear. But there was another way. Instead of one realm bearing the burden of reality, while the other bore the burden of reflection, they could share both equally. It would require tremendous power and tremendous sacrifice. The immortal king, the shapeshifter who had raised him, stepped forward to lend his strength. Through the largest mirror fragment, his other father did the same. Together, they began an ancient ritual of binding, not to separate the realms this time, but to bring them into harmony. The crystal spire trembled as reality itself was rewoven. Arundel stood at the center of the magic, his very being becoming the bridge between realms. The moon-silver sword in his hands transformed, becoming a staff of pure light similar to those his fathers had once used. As the ritual reached its climax, the suspended mirror fragments began to spin faster and faster, creating a whirlwind of reflected light and shadow. Arundel could feel both realms through the magic, their hopes, their fears, their dreams. He understood that true balance didn't mean separation, but integration. With a sound like 1,000 bells ringing at once, the mirror fragments rushed back together, but instead of reforming the mirror of ages, they created something new, a gateway between realms that allowed both to exist in harmony, sharing their burdens equally. The kingdom that emerged from this convergence was neither the eternal twilight of before, nor the endless dawn of the mirror realm. Instead, It experienced true day and night, light and shadow existing in natural balance. The crystal spire now stood at the center of both realms, its transparency allowing it to exist simultaneously in each. Both versions of his father survived the convergence, though changed. The shapeshifter retained his ability to change forms, but no longer needed to maintain a constant disguise. The true king emerged from the mirror realm, his burden lifted, but his wisdom intact. Together, they became co-rulers of the United Kingdom, their combined experience and perspective bringing a new era of prosperity. And Arundel, he found his true role not as a traditional prince, but as a guardian of balance. His unique nature allowed him to walk between realities, ensuring that neither realm would ever again bear too much of existence's burden alone. The people of the United Kingdom soon discovered that their new existence, while different from what they had known, was richer and more complete. They learned to appreciate both light and shadow, understanding that true harmony comes not from the dominance of one aspect over another, but from the balance between them. In the highest chamber of the crystal spire, where the mirror of ages once stood, now stands a simpler mirror. Those who look into it see not just their reflection, but a reminder that truth, like reality itself, is often more complex than it appears. And sometimes the bravest choice is not to fight what seems wrong, but to seek understanding of why it came to be. Story 7. The ruins of what was once the great city of Luminara stretched before Selene, its fallen towers and crumbling walls a testament to the devastation wrought by the Great Plague. The elven warrior's keen eyes scanned the desolate landscape, watching for signs of the corrupted creatures that now haunted these cursed lands. Her silver armor, passed down through generations of the Moon Guard, gleamed dully in the perpetual twilight that had plagued these lands since the catastrophe. A movement caught her eye, a flash of white and gold amid the shadows. Marcus. The human paladin's presence made her fingers tighten instinctively around her bow. For 20 years, they had fought whenever their paths crossed, each blaming the other's people for unleashing the plague that had devastated both their lands. But today was different. The ancient ruins they discovered in the forbidden archives had changed everything. "I didn't expect you to come," Marcus called out, his voice carrying the weight of decades of hatred. His once pristine armor bore the scars of countless battles, many of them against her. "The ruins speak of a truth we cannot ignore," Selene responded, forcing herself to lower her bow. "The necromancers of the abyss, they orchestrated everything. Our people were nothing but pawns in their game." The evidence had been undeniable. Ancient scrolls revealed how the necromancers had spent centuries cultivating hatred between humans and elves, knowing that the negative energy generated by their conflict would feed their dark powers. The Great Plague had been their masterpiece, a curse designed not just to kill, but to corrupt the very essence of the land and turn the survivors against each other. "The source of life lies at the heart of the Shadow Valley," Marcus recited from the texts they discovered. "Only by reaching it together can the lands be healed." His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a habit born of years of distrust. The journey ahead was impossible, or would have been for either of them alone. The Shadow Valley was a twisted nightmare of corrupted magic and deadly creatures. But the ancient texts were clear. Only the combined powers of elven nature magic and human holy light could create a path through the darkness. As they began their journey, the landscape grew increasingly nightmarish. The trees were twisted and wrong, their bark black as pitch and their leaves the color of dried blood. Corrupted wildlife stalked them through the shadows, once noble creatures warped by the plague into monstrous parodies of their former selves. The first time they fought together, instead of against each other, was when a pack of plague wolves attacked. Selene's arrows found their marks with deadly precision, while Marcus's blessed blade cleaved through the corrupted flesh. They moved in perfect synchronization, as if some part of them remembered that their peoples had once been allies. "We fought well together," Marcus admitted afterward, cleaning his blade with practiced care. Perhaps we were wrong about many things. Selene nodded slowly. The necromancers knew what they were doing. They didn't just poison our lands, they poisoned our minds against each other. As they ventured deeper into the Shadow Valley, they began to see the true extent of the necromancers' manipulation. Ancient battlefields revealed that both human and elven armies had been led into traps, their deaths feeding the dark powers that strengthened the plague. Corrupted monuments showed how historical events had been twisted in both cultures' memories, turning ancient misunderstandings into unforgivable betrayals. The deeper they traveled, the more their old hatred seemed foolish in the face of the true enemy's malice. They shared stories of their people's suffering, finding more commonality in their pain than differences in their cultures. When they finally reached the heart of the Shadow Valley, the source of life was both more and less than they had imagined. A pool of pure, untainted water surrounded by a grove of trees that still retained their natural beauty. But reaching it meant facing the manifestation of their own hatred, shadow versions of themselves created by the negative energy they had fed the necromancers for so long. "Your hatred sustains us," the shadow beings hissed with voices like grinding glass. "Why end it now? Is not vengeance sweeter than healing?" Fighting their own shadows meant confronting every dark thought, every moment of blind hatred that had led them here. Each shadow strike felt like facing their own worst impulses, every parry a rejection of the anger that had defined them for so long. Victory came not through combat, but through understanding. When Selene stepped in front of a blow meant for Marcus, and he in turn used his blessed shield to protect her from her shadow self, the manifestations began to fade. Hatred fed them, Selene realized, lowering her bow. But understanding starves them. The source of life responded to their hard-won wisdom. The pure water began to glow with an inner light that combined the silver radiance of elven magic with the golden warmth of human faith. Together, they conducted the ritual described in the ancient texts, combining their powers to begin the healing of their lands. As the healing energy spread outward from the source, they watched in awe as corruption retreated wherever it touched. Trees straightened, their natural colors returning. The sickly twilight began to lift, allowing true sunlight to reach the earth for the first time in decades. "It will take time," Marcus said, watching the wave of healing spread toward the horizon. "The land's wounds are deep, as were our own." Selene nodded, feeling the weight of years of hatred lifting from her shoulders. "But now our peoples can heal together, as we should have from the beginning." They emerged from the Shadow Valley changed, not just by their victory, but by the understanding they had gained. The revelation of the necromancer's manipulation sparked a revolution in both societies. Ancient prejudices, while not immediately erased, began to be questioned. Young humans and elves, inspired by the tale of the unlikely allies, sought to rebuild the bridges their ancestors had burned. The source of life continues to heal the land, its power sustained by the growing trust between the two peoples. Where once stood battlefields, gardens now bloom. The ruins of Luminara are being rebuilt, this time as a city where both races dwell together. And if visitors to the city look carefully, they might see two figures in the gardens, an elven warrior and a human paladin teaching young humans and elves alike that the greatest victory comes not from defeating an enemy, but from transforming them into an ally. Story 8. Deep within the Iron Mountains, where ancient forges burned with eternal flame and the ring of hammers echoed through stone halls, Master Grimfrost stood before his greatest creation. The blade on his anvil gleamed with an unnatural darkness, drinking in the light of the forge rather than reflecting it. Runes of power spiraled down its length, each one carved with precision that had taken months to perfect. Yet as he gazed upon his masterwork, a shadow of doubt crossed his weathered face. The sword had come to him in dreams, visions of a weapon that could channel the very essence of life itself. For years he had dismissed these dreams as mere fancy, until the whispering began. Voices in the darkness of his forge, promising power beyond measure if he would only dare to create what they showed him. Now, as he lifted the finished blade, he felt its hunger a hollow emptiness that yearned to be filled. His daughter Heidi's voice echoed through the forge chamber. "Father, the trading caravan from the Crystal Valleys has arrived." Her footsteps drew closer, boots crunching on scattered coal. Grimfrost quickly wrapped the sword in spelled leather, but not before Heidi caught a glimpse of its dark surface. She froze in the doorway, her bright eyes widening. "What manner of blade is that?" Before he could answer, the sword pulsed with dark energy. The leather wrapping fell away as if caught by invisible hands, and the blade sang a keening wail that shattered glass and sent tools clattering from their hooks. Heidi stepped forward, transfixed by the sound, her hand reaching out despite her father's warning cry. The moment her fingers touched the hilt, everything changed. Her eyes blazed with silvery light, and when she spoke, it was with the voice of ages. "At last," she said, but it was not Heidi speaking. "After 1,000 years, I live again." The spirit that possessed Heidi revealed itself as Queen Moirin, an elven sovereign from an age-long past. Through Heidi's lips, she told of her imprisonment within the spirit realm by the Lords of Shadow, ancient beings who fed on conflict and despair. They had guided Grimfrost's hands through his dreams, using his legendary skills to forge a weapon that would serve as a conduit for their power. Watching his daughter's body move with another's grace, hearing the ancient queen's words from her mouth, Grimfrost's heart turned to ice. He had been a fool, letting pride and ambition blind him to the true nature of his creation. Now his beloved daughter was paying the price for his hubris. Queen Moirin was not evil. She had been a just ruler in her time, but centuries of imprisonment had left her desperate to live again. She had no intention of relinquishing Heidi's body. Yet even as she spoke, dark tendrils of energy crept up the blade and around Heidi's arm. The Lords of Shadow's influence was growing stronger, corrupting both the Queen's spirit and Heidi's living flesh. There was only one hope: the 3 elemental dragons, ancient beings who had witnessed the first forging of the world. Their power alone might be enough to purify the blade and free both Heidi and Moirin from the Lords of Shadow's influence. But the dragons had retreated from the world of mortals centuries ago, disgusted by the greed and destructive nature of younger races. Grimfrost began his desperate journey, traveling first to the blazing peaks where Pyraxis the Fire Drake made his lair. The gray dragon's laughter shook the mountains when Grimfrost explained his quest. A dwarf begging favor from dragons? Has the world turned upside down? But when Grimfrost fell to his knees, offering his legendary forge and all its secrets in exchange for help, Pyraxis saw the truth in his heart. "Your kind has always taken, the dragon rumbled. "Yet here you stand, offering everything you hold dear to save one life. Perhaps there is hope for your people yet." In the Storm Peak Eyrie, Helix the Wind Worm tested Grimfrost's determination by making him climb the highest spire without ropes or magic. "Prove that you value your daughter's life above your own," the dragon challenged. With bloodied hands and freezing limbs, Grimfrost persevered. Finally, in the depths of the abyssal trench, Grimfrost faced Nyxus the Ocean Drake. The water dragon's challenge was perhaps the cruelest to destroy his masterwork hammer, passed down through 7 generations of master smiths. Without hesitation, Grimfrost shattered the hammer against the cave wall. "In crafting that cursed blade, I betrayed everything this hammer represented," he said. "I do not deserve to wield it, with all 3 dragons' support secured through his sacrifices." Grimfrost rushed back to his forge. The scene that greeted him was nightmarish. Heidi's form had become a battleground between Queen Moirin's silvery spirit and the dark corruption of the Lords of Shadow. The cursed sword pulsed in her hands, drinking in the essence of any living thing that came too close. The 3 dragons arrived as the sun set, their massive forms casting long shadows over the mountain. Together with Grimfrost, they began an ancient ritual of purification. Pyraxis's flames heated the blade until it glowed white-hot. Helix's winds carried away the dark energies that tried to escape. Nyxus's waters quenched the metal, trapping the purifying magic within. As the ritual reached its peak, Grimfrost did what a master smith does best: he reforged the blade, this time pouring into it not ambition or pride, but love for his daughter and remorse for his actions. The dragons added their own essence freely given, transforming the sword from a soul-drinking curse into a blade of liberation. The weapon's dark surface began to glow with inner light. Queen Moirin's spirit separated from Heidi's body, now free of the Shadow Lord's corruption. The ancient queen bowed to Grimfrost before her spirit dissipated, finding at last the peace that had been denied her for so long. Heidi collapsed into her father's arms, weak but herself again. The dragons touched the purified blade with their magic one final time, ensuring it would now protect life rather than consume it. Before they departed, Pyraxis turned to Grimfrost with ancient eyes. "You have proved that even the proudest heart can learn humility, and the most ambitious soul can find wisdom in sacrifice. Keep this blade as a reminder not of power's temptation, but of love's triumph." The sword that had nearly destroyed everything Grimfrost held dear now hangs in a place of honor in his forge. Its surface shimmers with the combined blessing of 3 dragons, and its edge never dulls. But more importantly, it serves as a reminder to all who see it that true strength lies not in the weapons we craft, but in the choices we make when faced with our own mistakes. In the years that followed, Grimfrost became known not just as a master smith, but as a teacher who emphasized wisdom over skill and love over power. And Heidi, marked by her experience, but not broken by it, became a bridge between the dwarven and elven peoples, helping them understand that ancient wrongs could be set right through understanding and sacrifice. The forges of the Iron Mountains still burn bright, but now they ring with songs of creation, rather than destruction, tempered by the knowledge that the greatest works come not from pride or ambition, but from the desire to protect and preserve what we hold most dear. Story 9. The spires of Silver Spire pierced the dawn sky like needles of light, their enchanted crystal surfaces capturing and amplifying the first rays of morning. Within the Arcane Academy's lowest tower, Eldric sat hunched over a failed spell attempt, his quarters littered with scorched parchment and crystallized magical residue. While other apprentices mastered grand illusions and powerful elemental magic, he struggled with even the simplest enchantments. The morning bells hadn't yet tolled when the first screams echoed through the academy's halls. Eldric rushed to his window, watching as guards poured from the palace gates like ants from a disturbed hill. Even from this distance, he could feel the absence of something fundamental, like a heart missing its beat. The scepter of Avalon, the ancient artifact that maintained peace between humans and magical creatures, had been stolen. Chaos erupted throughout Silver Spire. Magical creatures who had lived peacefully among humans for centuries suddenly found themselves viewed with suspicion. Pixies who had tended the hanging gardens fled into hiding. Griffins who had served as the royal messengers were grounded and caged. Even the ancient Trents who had guarded the city walls for generations were bound with enchanted chains. Eldric might have remained in his tower, forgotten among the chaos, had he not noticed something peculiar in the magical residue from his failed spell. The crystallized magic had formed a pattern he recognized from his endless hours studying basic magical theory, a signature nearly identical to one he'd seen in Archmagus Morwen's advanced spellcraft texts. But that was impossible. Morwen was the kingdom's most respected mage, the protector of the sacred chamber where the scepter had been kept. She had been his teacher, though she'd shown little patience for his fumbling attempts at magic. Yet here was her magical signature, captured by accident in his failed spell. At the exact moment, the scepter had disappeared. Clutching the crystallized evidence, Eldric crept through the Academy's halls toward Morwen's private chambers. The usually bustling corridors were eerily empty, with most of the faculty joined in the search for the thief. Outside, he could hear the beating of dragon wings as the Royal Aerial Guard patrolled the skies. He found Morwen's door unlocked another impossibility. As he pushed it open, the Archmagus herself stood at her scrying pool, her back to the door. "I wondered when you'd figure it out," she said without turning. "Though I must admit, I didn't expect it to be you, Eldric the Failure. Why?" The question escaped him before he could stop himself. "You're supposed to protect the scepter, not steal it." Morwen turned, and Eldric was shocked to see tears in her eyes. "Protection takes many forms, young one. Sometimes we must seem to destroy what we wish to save." She waved her hand, and the scrying pool's surface shifted to reveal a hidden chamber deep beneath the palace. There, surrounded by dark crystals, sat the true scepter of Avalon. "What you saw stolen was a replica," Morwen explained. "The royal family plans to use the real scepter in an ancient ritual during the upcoming solar eclipse. They believe it will grant them immortality, but the price," she shuddered. "The ritual requires the life essence of every magical creature in the kingdom. Thousands would die, and the balance between our worlds would be forever shattered." Eldric's mind raced. "The theft, you planned it to protect the magical creatures? To make the royal family think they'd lost their chance?" "Indeed. But I underestimated their desperation. They're using the theft as an excuse to gather all magical creatures in the city. Not to imprison them, but to ensure none escape the ritual." Morwen's voice hardened. "We have 3 days until the eclipse. 3 days to expose the truth and prevent a massacre." For the first time in his life, Eldric saw his mentor's vulnerability and his own potential strength. "What can I do?" A slight smile crossed Morwen's face. "Your seemingly useless talent for failing spectacularly at magic might be exactly what we need. Your crystallized residue captures magical signatures in a way I've never seen. We can use that to prove the royal family's dark intentions." Over the next 3 days, Eldric and Morwen worked tirelessly. By day, he played the part of the struggling apprentice, while secretly collecting magical evidence from the royal family's ritual preparations. By night, Morwen taught him to control his unique ability to crystallize magical signatures, turning his greatest weakness into something extraordinary. They discovered that the royal family's obsession with immortality stemmed from a curse placed generations ago by a vengeful Fae Queen. Rather than accept their mortality, each generation had sought increasingly desperate solutions, finally discovering the dark ritual in forbidden texts. On the eve of the eclipse, Eldric stood before the Council of Mages, his crystallized evidence revealing the truth of the royal plot. Morwen stood beside him, the real scepter of Avalon glowing with power in her hands. The magical creatures she had helped escape gathered outside the council chambers, their combined magic reinforcing her words. The royal family, exposed and desperate, attempted to seize the scepter by force, but Eldric's seemingly useless magic proved to be their undoing. As guards attacked, his wild, uncontrollable power crystallized their dark enchantments, making their malicious intentions visible to all. In the end, it was not grand magic or ancient artifacts that saved Silverspire, but the combined efforts of an outcast student and a mentor who saw value in failure. The royal family was stripped of power, and a council of both humans and magical creatures was established to rule in their stead. The scepter of Avalon was returned to its rightful place, though now it was guarded not just by humans, but by representatives of all magical races. Morwen retained her position as Archmagus, though she spent more time teaching than ever before, paying special attention to students who struggled with conventional magic. And Eldric. He never became a traditional mage, but his unique ability to crystallize and reveal magical signatures made him invaluable to the new council. He established a new branch of magical study, teaching others that what seems like failure might actually be magic taking an unexpected form. In the highest tower of the Arcane Academy, where Aldrich finally had his own proper chambers. A single crystallized spell sat on display. To most, it looked like nothing more than a failed spell attempt. But to those who knew the truth, it was a reminder that sometimes the greatest acts of heroism come not from mastering the expected path, but from embracing what makes us different. The spires of Silver Spire still pierced the sky, but now they shone with a different light, one that celebrated the unusual, the unexpected, and the unique power that comes from being exactly who you are, even when that person appears to be a failure in the eyes of others. Story 10. The crystal forest shimmered in the dying light, its translucent trees catching the last rays of sunset and fracturing them into 1,000 rainbow shards. Among these living prisms walked Lyrianne, her silver hair reflecting the ethereal glow that surrounded her. She moved with the innate grace of the elves, yet there was tension in her steps, a warrior's vigilance that seemed at odds with the serene beauty of the forest. The ancient prophecy echoed in her mind, words that had haunted her since she discovered the truth in the forbidden scrolls of the Twilight Archive. When the last light dims and the shadows grow long, the black dragon shall test the strength of the guardian's song. She was that guardian, though she'd only learned of her heritage days ago. When the marking of the crescent moon had appeared on her palm, the same mark that had adorned all the Twilight guardians before her. Deep within the crystal forest lay a secret that few remembered, a dimensional portal sealed thousands of years ago, containing the terrible might of Morthal, the black dragon. Now, as Lyrianne traced her fingers along the crystalline bark of an ancient tree, she could feel the seal weakening. The portal was awakening, and with it, the ancient enemy stirred. A sound, the crunch of boots on crystal shards, made her spin, bow materializing in her hands with practiced ease. From the shadows emerged a stocky figure, his elaborate beard adorned with ceremonial silver rings that marked him as dwarven royalty. Despite his noble bearing, his clothes were travel-worn, and his eyes carried the weight of exile. "Prince Thorgr," Lyrianne said, lowering her bow but keeping her guard up. "I didn't expect to find the heir of Irondeep this far from your mountains." The dwarf's laugh was bitter. "Former heir elf. The title means little when your own kin have branded you traitor." His hand unconsciously moved to the pouch at his belt, where Lyrianne knew he carried the last fragment of the moonstone, the key to either sealing or opening the dimensional portal permanently. Their unlikely meeting was no coincidence. Both had been drawn here by forces beyond their control, their destinies intertwined by ancient magic and modern betrayal. The fragment Thorgr carried had been passed down through generations of dwarven kings, its true purpose unknown until now. When he discovered the plot by the Shadow Cult to steal it and use it to free Morthal, he'd chosen to flee with it, accepting exile over allowing his people to be manipulated. As they stood in the shimmering forest, centuries of racial mistrust hung between them like a physical barrier. The last great war between elves and dwarves had ended barely 200 years ago, a mere blink in elven memory. Yet here they were, forced to trust each other with the fate of both their peoples. "The Shadow Cult is moving," Thorgr said, breaking the tense silence. "Their agents are everywhere. Even now, they corrupt the minds of both our peoples, whispering lies that will reignite the ancient hatreds. They need our conflict to weaken the seal further." Lyrianne nodded grimly. She'd seen the signs in her own realm, respected elders suddenly advocating for aggressive action against the dwarven kingdoms, ancient grievances being dredged up, and mysterious accidents befalling those who called for peace. A distant rumble shook the crystal trees, sending cascades of rainbow light dancing around them. Both warrior and prince turned toward the source, a dark mountain that rose above the forest like a jagged tooth. The sealed portal lay within its depths, and the tremor was yet another sign of its weakening state. "We have until the next full moon," Lyrianne said, her voice tight with urgency. "When the moonlight aligns with the portal, it will be at its most vulnerable. That's when the Shadow Cult will strike." Thorgr stroked his beard thoughtfully. 3 days then. Precious little time to prevent a catastrophe millennia in the making. He looked up at her, his dark eyes meeting her silver ones. The moonstone fragment alone isn't enough to reinforce the seal. The scrolls speak of a ritual that requires both its power and the blood of a twilight guardian, blood freely given, combined with the stone freely protected, Lyrian recited. Only through the willing sacrifice of ancient enemies can the darkness be contained, she smiled wryly. Our ancestors had a flair for the dramatic. Their conversation was cut short by an otherworldly screech. Through the crystal trees came running a group of twisted creatures, once elves and once dwarves corrupted by shadow magic, their forms distorted by dark power. The shadow cult's hunting party had found them. Back to back, Lyrian and Thorgr faced the oncoming threat. Her bows sang as arrow after arrow found their marks, while his war hammer crushed through shadowed armor with devastating force. They moved in perfect synchronization, as if they'd fought together for years instead of meeting mere moments ago. As the last corrupted warrior fell, Lyrian felt a sharp pain in her marked palm. The crescent moon was glowing brightly now, responding to the proximity of the moonstone fragment. "We need to move," she said, already heading deeper into the forest. "That fight will have drawn attention we don't want." Thorgr fell into step beside her, his shorter legs keeping pace surprisingly well. "There's an ancient dwarven sanctuary nearby," he said, carved into the living crystal of the forest itself. "My people used it during the last war, though few remember it now. As they traveled deeper into the crystal forest, the trees grew larger and more ancient, their crystalline forms twisting together to create natural archways and corridors. The light they captured and reflected grew stronger, creating a luminescent pathway that seemed to guide their steps. Neither of them spoke of the enormity of their task, to unite their peoples against a common enemy that few believed existed, to trust each other despite centuries of conflict, and to potentially sacrifice everything to reinforce a seal that had held for thousands of years. The prophecy was clear about one thing: success would require both of them, working together, willing to set aside the prejudices and hatred of their ancestors. The sanctuary, when they found it, was a marvel of dwarven craftsmanship and natural beauty. Carved into a massive crystal formation, its faceted walls reflected and amplified the forest's light, creating an ever-shifting kaleidoscope of color. Ancient runes of protection, carved by master dwarven craftsmen, still glowed with latent power. As they secured the entrance, Lyrian caught Thorgr studying her with curious eyes. "What troubles you, Prince of Irondeep?" "I was taught that elves were treacherous and proud," he said slowly, "that you cared nothing for the struggles of other races. Yet here you stand, ready to spill your blood to save us all." Lyrian smiled sadly. "And I was taught that dwarves were greedy and cruel, caring only for their precious metals and gems. Yet you gave up your throne to protect a stone you could have used to gain unimaginable power outside." The dark mountain loomed closer, and shadows seemed to writhe along its slopes. Somewhere in its depths, Morthal stirred in his dimensional prison, and the shadow cult prepared their ritual of release. But here, in a sanctuary carved by dwarven hands and illuminated by the light of the crystal forest, two ancient enemies had found common ground. The prophecy had spoken true. The coming days would test them both, guardian and prince, elf and dwarf. But as they began to plan their assault on the mountain, both felt a growing certainty that perhaps their people's salvation lay not just in ancient artifacts and prophesied blood, but in the simple act of choosing trust over suspicion, unity over division, and hope over fear. The fate of their world hung in the balance, waiting to see if the courage of two could overcome the hatred of thousands, and if ancient enemies could truly become the allies they were always meant to be.